Good morning, people. Black metal. Lay down your soul to the gods, rock and roll. Don't know why I was in the mood for Venom this morning, but hell yeah, you are. I should have some kind of alert for that. Welcome in, Stellits. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're painting a new. We bought a model to paint today. I got the initial airbrushing on it done yesterday. The new Sisters of Battle walking gun throne. So that's looking pretty good to start, actually. And I'm honestly, we're going to do easy painting today to start. I'm going to come in with a thin coat of Flesh Terror's Red over all the panels, just to give them a nice hint in the right direction. Make them a bit more rosy, a bit more red instead. Very thin with the application. How are you doing today, Stolitz? I barely get by.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
You
Too much.
twist that dick!
Twist his dick!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
No dick twist!
Welcome in, Spoon. Hope you're having a nice day. I'm working on the new Sisters of Battle model. Bought a few LEDs, now I'm growing some trees, and it's a sweet fucking hustle, don't knock it. I told y'all before I would break the law to put food in my baby girl's belly. 'Cause the senator man took a bribe in hand and went sent my job to New Delhi. I barely get by. I am quite excited today. I essentially I got this fun new model to paint, which I'm already enjoying quite a bit. But I'm going to my favorite festival tomorrow. We'll still be streaming. In about a year, your forehead will have its own postal code, buddy. This thing's going in reverse right now. Don't you worry. The Rogaine is doing. The Rogaine's working hard. Just wait till I get my turkey hair, man. Then I'll be fucking unstoppable. The level of ego on Boneless at that point. You know what? I wish I was, my balding is one thing. I'm not sensitive about it. I don't like it. But I'm also not sensitive about it. It doesn't bug me when people make jokes about it because it's one of those things where I'm just like, yeah, you're probably gonna lose your hair too. Or I could just pull the just so because the other thing that causes balding in men at young ages is high testosterone. So I can just be a little But no, I've never been. I don't like that I'm losing my hair, and I don't like the way it looks necessarily. But I'm also not self-conscious about it. Exactly. Baldness is a sign of high test. It just means I'm fucking. No, unfortunately, I'm also when for boxing and everything, they used to want to keep levels on that one. So no, I've always been just very, very in the middle for where a guy should be for my age. Because they test your levels for juicing and all that. Hello, Mark. And even if they're not doing it professionally, a lot of guys, when they're getting into that kind of athletics, will start taking that stuff super seriously and start getting their blood panels done more often. So that way, dude, I'm surprised Rogaine works as well as it does. You guys should go back a year and look at some of the pictures and realize how much thicker my hair is right now. And I mean, I've only been on the treatment, or I've only been on it for about 6 months now, so. Any of those pictures you guys saw before from when I had long hair and it's was all thick and stuff on Instagram? That's that was the Rogaine. I've done the treatment before. And then I stopped. Hair started falling out, and then I was like, I'll just accept going bald. And then I was like, I like having long hair way too much. I really like having long hair. Makes me feel like a barbarian. Oh, exciting news. I'm not sure if anybody saw. It was announced as of this morning. There is a new Conan the Barbarian coming out. We're getting an animated Conan the Barbarian done by Gendy Tartakovsky, of all people. I'm excited. But apparently, Gendy Tartakovsky is going to be doing a Conan the Barbarian, which is incredible because he is a huge R.E. Howard fan to begin with. And Primal really is just an exploration of the Thurian Age. So now it's going to be incredible to see how he does the Hyborian Age. But yeah, if anybody did not know, as of this morning, it was announced Gendy Tartakovsky is going to be doing a Conan the Barbarian cartoon. And I could not be more excited. I think Gendy is a fan. Gendy's one of my favorites in the terms of like the animation business. I don't think he's produced any flubs in the last, I'm going to say, several years. I made the worst mistake of my life. Did you discover wine Kila? Because that was the worst mistake of my life when I learned that it's not illegal to mix pink wine and tequila. I think that was that was probably the worst mistake of my life, is when I discovered you could use rosé as a mix for tequila. And it's not illegal. Nobody's going to show up at your house and arrest you. Although if you drink enough of it, probably somebody will, because holy shit, wine Kila is not your friend. Is everyone asking the question, or is it just like... The fuck is that sound? Also, welcome in, Mr. Pigments. Hope you're having a good day so far. Working on my Sisters of Battle right now. Yeah, I try to ignore those types of channels for... I just... I've learned very quickly, Pigments, like, for example, like, there's a local game store that I do some work with, and, like, you know, I've taught painting at before. But I don't engage in their Discord server because people will ask questions.
My, what lovely feet.
Thanks for the exercise, Redeem. Exactly. People will ask questions about how to do something. And I will take the time. I used to take the time to write out thoughtful answers and like give people full explanations, how to deal with things. This is what you're looking for. This is how you're going to avoid these problems. These are some of the issues that could arise from this. And every single time I did it, some dickweed would always be like, I did the opposite and it worked fine for me. Don't listen to this guy. And this, even the staff would have to like then start commenting, being like, honestly, you should probably listen to what Boneless is saying. But it would be so fucking annoying that it's like every single time there would just have to be some contrarian trying to contradict you. And all you can do is just go, okay, well, if you want to use a rattle can in 41 degrees Celsius weather, go ahead, man. Sure. You know what? Fuck you. Fuck it. Go ahead and do it. Do it. Do it, coward. Do it. All right. See, the oven makes a great painting booth. It bakes the light right into the melted plastic. And I actually do use my oven where I set the we're rolling with the INC. And there we go. Just working on a couple of the things here. What I think I need to do now is I need to start coming in and figuring out which areas an old enamel paint that people used to use needs to be. Ooh, I remember some of those like low temp bake paints. Mostly because I did ceramics in high school. So we used to have to like paint the enamels onto the wet clay. Or onto the still semi-damp clay. Because you don't do it on the wet clay, but because you have to rebake it. Right? You know what I'm saying. See? All right. Put down some dark jade. Regular jade. I don't think I have dark jade. I think I just call it dark jade. You might need to do 2 coats of colors, but that's okay. Well, howdy, Krusty. Did I have a random... Oh? Guess who I saw at the Henry Cavill. The only person anybody who paints Warhammer would care about running into at a coffee shop. Ew. Call him Kid Bob. You ever want to make him mad, call him Kid Bob, or just call him. I can't remember what his fucking last name is. You call him by his real name, he loses his shit. Or like combine the two of them. It's if you ever run into him. Fuck Kid Rock. The worst thing to ever happen to music. Although I'm glad that you didn't make it seem like this was like something you were excited about, but like you're never gonna believe what fucking piece of shit I had to look at while I was waiting for my coffee. If anybody in here likes Kid Rock, you're wrong. Don't like him as a person. Kid Rock makes music for 40-year-olds who still have to blow their cannabis smoke into their fucking couch cushions so their mom doesn't smell it. Boneless just out here with the offensive statements right now. I took my ADHD meds way too late today, so you guys are dealing with unmedicated Boneless for about 2 hours today. Not the usual, like, first couple minutes. So if I'm saying mean things, I'm sorry. It'll probably stop later. Now, I was talking with my buddy this morning, and we were going back and forth with just like it's a type of Canadian humor where you just fucking chirp hard. It will? No, it won't. No, it definitely won't. So yeah, no, it's a Krusty. It's again, I'm not sure if you're Canadian or not. I don't think you are because you just mentioned running into Kid Rock, so that would put you in Michigan. And I think you've mentioned that before. Since when have you stopped saying mean things? I haven't. Dude, I was still surprised to find out that one of your mods lives in my town. Knows me from not even from the gaming store, the bar. One of your mods could probably tell you some pretty fucking hilarious stories there, Pigments. It was the first for me is where somebody recognized me from being like, did we used to party together? It's like, maybe once or twice. But yeah, my opinion on Kid Rock is I don't like his music very much. Yeah, it was so yeah, again, like it goes back to a type of Canadian thing where we'll just like chirp each other like incessantly. Like I was talking to my buddy this morning, just making fun of him for listening to black metal. Despite the fact, for those of you that don't know, I also listen to black metal. But yeah, it was just I remember one of the last things I sent to him. I was like, "You still fucking painting your face in black and white, crying in the basement, looking ready to get lost in the fucking woods on your way to a fucking album photo shoot." Just Just chirping. I also make fun of people for listening to black metal. I also make fun of people for liking NoFX. Doesn't mean we weren't just listening to NoFX. And arguably the worst genre of metal. I probably would agree with you if glam rock and Def Leppard didn't exist. Like, I would agree with your statement if we didn't have Def Leppard. Last night I was on the Diner game. Where you from? You look like the kind of guy that eats a Snickers upside down so he could feel the veins on his tongue. I've heard that a few times. That's always a good insult. And I can't even give you flack for saying it because, like, it's coming from an openly gay viewer. I can't even give him flack for it. See, Mr. Pigments, that's the kind of hypermasculinity that tells me that person is a closeted homosexual. If you were so insecure that you have to cut the veins off your Snickers, you're probably just afraid that cocks are delicious. Exactly.
Should have heard your mum last night. You sounded like a window closing on a Tonkinese cat's tail. Sounded like.
I love that fucking redeem so much. I still want to add some more chirps to it. That yeah, these sound like just this is the kind of insufferable I can't like I can't deal with people like that. Like honestly, that's why I'm self-employed, Pigments. I can't. I can't because you know what? Like I know very very religious people who aren't like that. And it's the thing is that like you don't some people just take things way too extreme. And like, you know, it's I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. We're gonna do a split color on the ankles just to give it a bit more fun. Don't worry if you hit the trim because we haven't painted the trim yet. Keep it off the beautifully and perfectly done red. Again, I don't know how guys get like this. Like, I mean, straight up. Well, I don't know what causes that. Like, I don't know. I really don't understand that level of insecurity. And that's coming from a guy who's been really insecure about a lot of stuff his whole life.
And I'm gonna go back one thing too and just mention, Krusty. It's funny with the hair thing. I didn't know so it's gone now, thankfully. But before I started using the Rogaine and I was shaving my head because I didn't realize I'd gotten the full bald spot on the back of the head too. So I had the 1, 2, 3 spots, and I just had that tiny little tuft that just like right here. So this is looking pretty good in comparison. And with Rogaine, it's best to not cut your hair for a while and just let it keep growing in, thickening up. I was high on junk. I shave my head. If you're going bald, just rock it, man. Dude, the Rogaine genuinely, if you're in the States, look at Keeps or any of the other brands of 5% minoxidil you can get. But some guys can rock it. Some guys, the problem is for me, Krusty, or this is the actual reason why I don't like shaving my head. Is my older brother, despite the fact he's been deceased for about 10 years, he was a skinhead, and that was a huge part of his identity. And people make the same associations with me now if I shave my head because of my family. So shit happens. It was a long time ago. It was about 10 years. It was 10 years ago now. You know, it happens. 9 years? 9 or 10 years? Can't remember specifically. I'm not going to sit here and do the math. But so the thing is that like even though he was not a it was even though he was just part of like oi punk culture, and he wasn't like a neo-Nazi or anything. It's still one of those things where if I shave my head, it takes away the originality of my own identity. And people always, and his friends, my friends, people will always make the comments, "Oh, you trying to look like your older brother, eh?" And it's like, dude, I'm significantly older. He passed when he was 25. I'm in my 30s. You know, I'm significant. No. My other parts of my family, yes. My brother, no. No, that's a fair association to make. No, more like I'll put on one of his buddies bands really quick, so you guys more like this. Like again, like it's like oi, which is shit. Also on the topic, just because they're a fucking awesome Canadian band. Add to queue. I'll throw a few of them on. Add to queue. It's also a Canadian heavy metal band. There we go. No, but anyways, yeah, so that played a big part in why, like, it's a weird thing to say out loud, but that's part of why having hair is very important to me. is because it's part of me being able to maintain a semblance of my own identity without having to have that association always being made. And maintaining a sense of your own identity is a very important thing, in my opinion. We're going to block a few other colors in really quickly. I'm gonna do the... I don't know how we're gonna paint this one today. Do we want to block in all the colors and then go in and do all the highlights and like all the shading, kind of do it all up at once? Or do we want to go and work up one color at a time? You have yourself a good shower, Mr. Pigments. I'm gonna do the same after stream. Maybe not after stream. I'm gonna do some gardening after stream. This is, yeah, but like, yeah, this is more the style we're talking, Krusty, and I think you'll like it too. Like, or at least I think you'll probably enjoy the music. This is a Bishop's Green, Canadian punk band.
What it's like to feel love, what it's like to feel hate, from the bottom of my glass to the scars upon my fists, and I can't see too clear through a clouded mind, but I don't feel too good, and I can't remember why. What it's like to feel hate, what it's like to feel rage, and I don't want to be kicked around, pushed, or knocked down, but I can't get too close in fear that I should snap, and it all points to your tormented mind.
Is it a bad time to say I don't like punk? Yes. No, it's fine. People can like what they like or dislike what they don't. Punk has always been very near and dear to my heart. Where I found acceptance. It's where I found friendship. It is where I found a sense of community when I was younger. Wasn't necessarily the healthiest community or a place that, you know, I needed to be to learn good life skills, but I don't regret it. But yeah, people can like what they like. Punk's my thing. I mean, we listen to a lot of punk on the channel, right? Which you've probably noticed if you've been around. There are lots of genres that speak to me. I mean, like, punk rock is one of my first loves. But so is heavy metal. In my later years, I got really into hip hop and gangster rap, and you know, even now I've added in like classical and electronic, and I don't know, man. If it sounds good, I like it, and if it's Kid Rock, I don't. Like, it's like Kid Rock was like one day, like, hey, you know how people like good music? What if we tried making it the opposite? But I've always liked the kind of the protest and anti-war aspects of punk music as well. I've always enjoyed the activism and like the activist roots, especially where I live. the scenes are very, very involved in activism. So, welcome in, Nemesis. Hope you're having an excellent day so far.
A crow up high sits and waits. Fallen soldier, the crow make no mistake. Locked his eyes.
Yeah, my it's weird, Krusty, because like I've seen both sides of it and how it affected my family. My great grandfather, when he came back from France, the war made him a kinder, calmer, and more compassionate man. Not that he wasn't all those things to begin with, but going to France made him a kinder person. Like it just but he was also always busy. He always was busy. But he did everything he could to ensure the um he did everything he could to ensure his kids had a good life and did not go the military route. That sentiment kind of stayed in the family. On the one side, on the other side, my grandpa on my dad's side of the family was in Korea, and Korea made him into a Korea brought out the worst in him, and he came back a violent and broken man. And that stuck around in the family again for generations. It's you probably understand what I'm saying then when I say it's like it wasn't just them. That one created a generational issue.
Crows are watching. Mothers don't let your boys march. The crows are watching. Mothers don't let your boys march.
I mean, I do understand the necessities of a lot of it, but I also I don't know. I have mixed opinions. And it's an extremely complicated topic, and if you can tell by the stream title, I'm not really smart enough to be having that conversation at the end of the day. Also, I think I'm going to change that to be my stream alert. I think that's going to be my new stream alert. Yeah, so my grandpa came back from the war and he found the bottle. You got an angry Irish Catholic coming back from the war, from living in Oklahoma. Muskogee, Oklahoma. You don't know my dad, that's where my family's from on my dad's side. We're from Oklahoma. But yeah. So that was essentially very problematic. And then he converted to Southern Protestant and became a preacher and kind of ruled the house with an iron fist. So however, The person who did the majority of like my parenting was neither of those families. My stepdad, who was a German immigrant. My older brother and my stepdad. My stepdad was fucking awesome. Still is. He texted me that he was proud of me the other day. Without prompt. Without prompt, I got a text from my stepdad just being like, "Hey, I'm proud of you." If anybody doesn't know what that feels like, I'm very sorry. It was a very, very wonderful moment. Afghanistan, Iraq, and Qatar. Yeah, I do you guys think that's enough jade, or do I need a little bit more to break it up still? Or do we start working into the gold elements now? Oh, 1 second. Sorry, this needs to be green. I impersonated the singer of Rancid when I was younger for free drinks once. Mostly then I just got free drinks because everybody at the bar used to mistake me for a guy who moved away several years prior, whom I never got to meet. We interacted a few times on the internet, and it was always kind of funny because it was like, "Hey, you're the guy I always get mistaken for. Thank you for all the free beers that people buy me because they think I'm you." They get excited, buy me the drink, and then they show up and it's like, ah. That is terrible. I Christopher Mintz-Platz is like the worst person to get mistaken for. The 80s is the good old days, but they wasn't for me. And that isn't working. Well, I'll try a different one. What color do I need? I'm gonna take a bit of... Fuck. Why can't I think? My brain is not working right now. There it is. That is... Okay, and then remind that I'm gonna have to wash my cup out, have to restart after this step. Now we're gonna start blocking in all the gold. Ooh la la, ah wee wee. If I had the... Speaking of being, I do want to 18 a logo powder, new, a bit of hazing. That's my maid, so he took out the phone and showers a selfie. Oh, wait, what do you mean, like showers a selfie? Like accidentally dropped a shower selfie? Showed? Oh, also, I periodically hand these out. And we're going to be doing this in just a second here. I'd like to take a moment and say, Marquis, thank you for always being so concerned about my health and reminding me to exercise and hydrate more than any other viewer does. I will have to grab more beverage in a moment. But my brush is loaded with gold paint. But that is as a for always being on the lookout for my health.
Nice sweep, no sweep. Give your balls a tug.
Then grease me up,
Me up,
woman!
woman. Then Grease Me Up Woman was the closest I could get to the one that I actually wanted, which was there's nay an animal alive that can outrun a greased up Scotsman. Small Parts, Sharp Points, and I did a 48-hour stream together at the start of the year. And he's an absolutely awesome guy. One of the very few people that I will say, like, actually, I felt that way about everybody during that stream, which is very strange for me because it's not often I don't hate people almost immediately. But it was super rad to see the five of us hanging out for 48 hours. I need to go and look at my sisters, but I'm pretty sure there is no silver anywhere on them on the actual color scheme. So I think I have to come through and do a lot of gold. Was fun. There's a few Tart and Army chat posting for kilts in the Lost and Found. I've worn a kilt a few times. They're actually, honestly, probably my favorite dress pant item. Like genuinely, I prefer wearing a kilt over like dress pants. Grey Knight Baby Cradle. Oh, that's my least favorite model in the world. I would rather have this derpy ass gun throne. But yeah, Spoon, that was a really good time. I'm genuinely surprised that none of us were like, and when I say none of us, I mean me. That like nobody got salty or crabby or like pissed off with anyone during it. Like none of us got short or annoyed. Again, I say that knowing it would have been me. I'm not accusing you guys of getting short or anything like that. I'm the one with the short temper, which I desperately need to work on. Called AI, I don't know how I feel about that. Can't believe AI makes such good paint. I can't believe you AI generated me those pigments. This is bullshit. You're trying to. This is bullshit. I can't believe you sent me AI generated PY138 quinapthalone yellow. And to think I trusted you. Today I woke up to a scam call this morning. It was really funny because they're like, you owe money to Shaw Cable. And I was like, okay. Who's the parent company of Shaw? And they're like, we don't have a parent company. And it's like, oh, so the Rogers merger didn't happen 6 years ago? And then she went dead silent. And then repeated, and just like, am I speaking with, then repeats my name back to me. And I'm like, Yeah, this is done. I'm hanging up on you. And there we go. I got called. This sounds like AI. Just sorry, my headset is messing up. Can I get a recipe for chocolate chip pancakes? And then boom, I got the recipe. Just wait till I tell you that 2 telecom companies in Canada have been rolling out accent removers. So in real time, they have rolled out software to change people's accent to being either Canadian or American in real time. Unsettling because they still mispronounce the words the way the people would mispronounce them with the accent. So how you can kind of tell they're using them too, because the software is not perfect. But it's one of those things where I'm like, this is exclusively done to offshore jobs. And let's start some shout outs now. Good thing I hang up on Canadians. Hey, fuck you. Actually, when we get back from break here, I'm going to start the shout outs. I'm going to refill my coffee real fast. I'm also considering, guys, do you think I should join the Blood Bowl League that starts in a week or starts in 2 weeks? Well, well, well. If it isn't the king of Canadian content creators. I felt too arrogant to put that in my stream title, but I did actually consider it. The king of Canadian content is back, just in all caps. Welly, 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 well, to what do I have the fine pleasure of this surprising visit? Ginger isn't here? Actually, I'm pretty sure Ginger is here. And if he isn't yet, he will be soon enough. Welcome in, White Wolf. I found out that we have a giant convention here that I didn't know about that has its own painting con and everything. That gets several thousand people called Canada Games Con. So I think I am going to try and make a trip out there for next year. It's time for a recipe for Kentucky maple syrup. You can Kentucky my syrup. Mr. Spoon, first one on the shout out list. Appreciate you as always, Spoon. And you better not. And this model is ridiculous and I love it. Like, this is so good. I would definitely... If this ends up being a good model in game, I will probably get a second one of these just because I like them that much. Also, I gotta figure out, does anybody like who plays, is the Immolator or the Exorcist tanks actually worth taking? Because I really like them and I think they're really cool models. I've heard the Immolator can do some cool shit, but a lot, like everything I see, people are being like, it's overpriced, just take rhinos. Pretty much everybody says all the sisters tanks have an issue if they die first round, so... But I don't necessarily trust Reddit as my source of information on what is and isn't fun or good to play on the tabletop. Because everybody was disagreeing with each other. Fiona. Oh no. Jinxed! Did you... I'll check Discord really quickly. Yes. Okay, everything came through. Perfect. Okay. I haven't actually had to send money that way, so I went through and figured out how to link my because it's sometimes it's sending money internationally is hard. Be a lot easier if I could just send e-transfers, but that's like not a thing internationally. And PayPal actually has the cheapest conversion rate for me. Otherwise, I have to pay an additional 5% on top of everything instead of I think they charge me 2.5 or 3% conversion. So today we are working on a silly fun model and going through it, having a great time. How you doing today, Jinx? I assume you're on the earlier side of the day. Came through, got all my air rushing done on this, and now I'm just good, getting ready to paint. Thought I'd take a break from the Sanguinius bust tonight. Guess what I'm painting? Is it the Sanguinius bust, or are you also working on one of these? Because this is a fucking awesome model. And if you're painting one too, White Wolf, I really love the idea of us doing one side by side and seeing just how different our final results are. My guess is either you're back on the Sanguinius bust or you also have one of these. I would say what it's called, but I literally don't know. I keep calling it the walking gun throne. And then next up was on the shout out list. You're taking a break from it by painting NMM Stormcast. Your NMM on Sanguinius is looking really nice. I don't know if you're open to any feedback or anything on them, or like if you're taking a break from them just because you're feeling a bit stuck. But I really enjoyed watching you paint them. And in gold, by the way. If you're working gold NMM, would you be open to a suggestion? Because especially if you're doing like the Stormcast, it would be that's why what I was about to say. So if you're working on a Stormcast, now would be a good time to potentially try out maybe like a different recipe, and try bringing more pink into your gold. Like really bright magenta in the shadows. Don't be so tenacious. I'm not being aggressive, am I? I apologize if I am. But I was gonna say, yeah, I really enjoyed the pink LMA. That's not in the plan. You should try it out sometime. That's actually my main NMM recipe for gold. Timid. I was gonna be like, tenacious is the opposite. Yeah, I would say try bringing some more pink in. It will give you it'll bring a lot more life into you have a guide by someone? Okay. Are you following AC's guide? I know I see you over there quite a bit too. Richard Gray. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of those times then that I'm just going to say follow the recipe, see how it works for you, and then tweak it afterwards if you choose to. I feel lucky sometimes that I don't really follow recipes, as it's taught me a lot about how to just mix my paints in a way that looks right to my eye. Yeah, like Sanguinius is looking really, really good. Um, and yeah, on that one, like my only thing is I would say is like if you're, because I know you're still working him, don't be afraid to push to like almost pure white at the peaks of your highlights. And don't be afraid to go even darker in your shadows. I say that because that's kind of the big thing I've been getting taught in over a lot of my lessons. And the big thing I have to keep working on as well is just like pumping more intense shadows. Like I thought I had interesting shadows and I thought I had interesting colors before. And now I'm finding out that it's like, oh no, I need to go like full-blown Hellboy Magnola levels of silhouetting intense colors and shadows in before I even start my painting process. A very delicate ivory. Okay. That might be just one of those instances then of was not. It's a webcam. I also know that your photos tend to give better color representation than your camera does. So, but I mean, as always, White Wolf, your work blows my mind. The fact that you're only into your second year of painting is unbelievable. I really do think that people, like, the level of credit you get and people acknowledging your skill and everything is awesome. But I mean, if people knew that it had also only been just, 2 years of doing this, man, like you're so fucking ahead of the curve. I can't wait to see what your pieces. I can't wait to see what your 10-year pieces look like. Just genuinely, I really. You're in your third year now. Still, man. I was only just starting to understand like layered highlights at the beginning of like into my third year. I was like, my first year was literally just base coats. My second year was maybe putting washes over my base coats. You're quitting at 9. Just to spite Boneless, you're gonna quit after 9 years, just so he never gets to see what your models look like after 10 years of painting. You heard it here first, people. It's Boneless's fault. White Wolf is retiring tomorrow just to spite me. And then, okay, next on the shout out list was White Wolf. Hi, Mimir. Are you staring at me because you're fat and hungry? There you guys, and pet the cat. I'm pretty sure y'all wanted that anyways. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Not the man they think I am at. Oh, no, no, no. Well, I'm a rocket man. A rocket man. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kid. In fact, it's cold as hell. There we go. And working in more of the golds. Here we go. And where do I go from here? Mimir, please leave my headphone cables alone. Okay, 1 second. Baby wants some kibble. You want your kibbles down? Oh, sorry, buddy. Okay, my legs are buckly, so I'm gonna go get some water. Also, hope y'all like my shirt. All right, coffee's almost ready. Go play with your brother. Mimir, go play with your brother. That's why I have 2 cats. I have 2 cats so you guys can play with each other, not so you can both stare at me. I love you, buddy. Love you. You're distracting me from work, and I go back to work. Um, not all the stuff that I want gold yet, so I need to make a little bit more of that gold mixture. And I will also need to rinse out my water cup because it's been filled with metallic-y golds. Or I'll need to finish all the golds before I can go in and do any other colors. Probably what we're going to do. There we go. That's the color match. And there we go. We're going to get the last of the gold knocked in. I am liking this, though. It's looking so ornate. And next up on the shout out list, one of my favorite painters. Shout out Jinkstart for and voila. So we rewatched we were trying to find a movie to watch this weekend. And we watched Casino Royale, and I don't think I've seen it since like it came out, honestly. And I don't remember, I didn't remember the part where he repeatedly gets his nuts smashed in with a piece of rope. Completely gapped out and forgot that there was a whole cock and ball torture scene. Good movie overall, though. I really enjoyed it. And I realized I hadn't actually seen any of the other Daniel. I hadn't seen any other. I haven't seen any of the other Daniel Craig ones, so we watched Quantum of Solace afterwards. I enjoyed it. Wasn't as good as Casino Royale, but they're all on streaming right now, so I'm like, I might as well. Saves me having to pick what I'm watching next for, a couple nights. That's kind of the nice thing right now, is like now at least it's like, okay, well, we've got our next 3 movies picked out. So I think we're gonna watch Skyfall tonight. And there we go. Okay, what else do I want to do? I'll hit these skulls in gold. And looking pretty good. Skulls I want to grab right here. Fucking love this song. Also, like one of my favorite Amon Amarth songs.
Fool. Without Mimmer at his side, or could not rule. Bit of violent rage, Mimmer's blood was shed. One to Odin's court he sent, Mimmer's severed head.
You could definitely tell it's one of my favorites. For fuck's sakes, one of my cats is named Mimmer. It's not just because of the song. Also, I'll be very clear about that. But just that moment of being like one of my cats is even named me. All right, I'm gonna rinse my brush out. Change out my paint water really quickly. Make sure I get all of the glitter out of my brush before we do that. Okay, grab some water. Baby. Other food. A little shake on the Sigor Brown. I'm gonna check something here. See if that gives me. You know what? I was talking about this to White Wolf, and you know what? Let's show him kind of why I was suggesting it. So, I'm gonna grab out some a pink paint here, and I'm gonna thin it out a bit here. I'm gonna show him why we would use like a pink or a magenta in the shadows on a gold. I don't know if you're still watching or not, but yeah. Yeah, I know this is TMM, which is a little different than NMM, but the principles will still be the same for kind of why the color is going to enhance it a lot here. Give the paint a proper fucking shaky, shaky shake. That's better. Just add a lot of warmth and life. So, I mean, it's against a pink right now, so it's not going to look as good as it would if it was not, like, against an already pink backdrop. But see how it creates a very, very warm yellow. And it's a way to really kind of control that temperature shift in the shadows. The other advantage to using this color right now, this is just a little bit of a life hack, guys, is that because it's a pink, if it I don't have to be as careful with my contrast. I can finally work on the red of my trucks and so. Oh yeah. How's your day been so far? 104th? The other reason I'm using Volupus Pink right now, not only is it because it gives me that nice warm color, which I can again come in, add some browns, use a red or a purple normally. I usually opt for magenta. Purple works really good too, though. I've just been finding that pink looks really good in my golds and my yellows. Specifically in this recipe, the reason I like doing it, though, is because there's the element of, like, I can overbrush a little bit, and it's not going to be noticeable against the color of the armor. In fact, it's just going to give me a little bit of panel lining if I fuck up. So this one is kind of a double whammy for why I've picked this color. It's very, very speed. Yeah, exactly. Purple if I want to go colder. Although, yeah, I don't really use red. I would lean into a magenta. Or if I want a kind of neutral gold, I'll just go with like a brown. Or kind of if I want that dirty gold. See how like nicely that shades it, but then it also, because it's just enough of a color match, it gives us the panel lining. So you can't really apply it all over, but you're allowed to work pretty fast right now because you have that little advantage. I missed a skull. I'll grab it later. Hey, little sister, what have you done? Hey, little sister, who's the only one? Hey, little sister, who's your Superman? Hey, little sister, who's the one you want? Purple's good for mixing. It doesn't make the color dull, in my opinion. Purple's always a good one for mixing with, too, yeah. Brown, I go with brown if I want it to be more dull. Purple if I want it to be colder. Or pink if I want a warm gold. And also, because there's already so much pink on this one, it would make sense that the golds would kind of be picking up a lot of the secondary colors.
Then grease me up, woman!
So the other reason, again, so there's three reasons I'm choosing pink on this one. One, it gives me the nice warm gold. Two, it gives me the panel lined effect because we have a near enough color match to the colors that we're using. Number three, There's a third reason for it. And I've already forgotten what it was. Oh, yes. Because the model has so much pink in it already, the actual gold would be reflecting a lot of that color back. So it would have more of a pinkish tinge anyways due to the amount of like refractions you would see. So I remembered it. I remembered my third reason eventually. I got there. Yeah, so because the third reason, it will pick up a lot of light refraction off of the pinks and rose colors that already exists there. So this is just going to help enhance and sell that. And this is also going to make all the other colors, like all the rosy colors, look more rosy. So without even meaning to or really trying to, we're enhancing another color on the model already. And did I miss a whole ass leg? I did miss a whole ass leg. And this looks awesome. I'm also really excited to go to the festival tomorrow after stream. We wrap up tomorrow at our usual time. With a purple grimace and a terror. Them spinning high tension wire down. I am very excited for Ska-Fest tomorrow.
The music at Ska-Fest is very little to do with ska, but I'm okay with that. I'm not a huge ska guy. Tomorrow's headliner is Against All Authority. I really like it Against All Authority. And then we've also getting to see Souls of Mischief. Souls of Mischief is headlining on the Saturday. So again, not really a lot to do with ska, but I don't really feel upset about that. Also, this is looking badass. Like, very quickly, it's just looking absolutely badass. All right, let's get the last piece here. And make sure we didn't miss anything.
All right. We're going to let the magenta dry for a moment. What do you guys think? We've been working 2 hours total, and this is a 2-hour paint job. Got room to go, but for how long we've been working, looking pretty good. We might start painting the lady who goes inside. On her throne. So this is tomorrow night's headliner. This is the Friday night headliner of Skafest. This is what I think of when I think ska. And am I mad? No, I really like Against All Authority. But just because they sometimes have a trumpet in their songs doesn't make them ska. I wanna live. War machine breaks down. Back. And there we go. The red detail done on her. Bada bing, bada boom. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's do her Robe really quickly. And this is still the Friday night headliner. Grab really quickly. I missed a complete spot. I missed a spot on her leg. I have to be very careful now. There we go. Got it. Yeah, this is what I mean when I'm like, just because you have an occasional horn section in your music does not make you a ska band. And grabbing her robe. And then now we're into the Saturday headliners. This is Souls of Mischief. This is the bands this is who I'm essentially getting to go and see this weekend. There are other acts too. These are the big ones though. What exactly is ska man? I don't know what ska man is. Usually I picture a person wearing I picture an annoying guy in um like a Hawaiian shirt and annoying suspenders and goofy ass glasses doing that stupid dance. See, I have the reverse problem right now. It was kind of funny. Like we were going on vacation. I put my Hawaiian shirt on because I'm trying to look like friendlier and more like, let's not get stopped at the airport. So I've got like my jeans on, I got my white shirt, I got my Hawaiian shirt on. I put the Hawaiian shirt on over top, and for some reason, immediately it's like my wife just like looks at me, she's like, I don't know why. She's like, it looks like that shirt is just there to conceal a gun. And I was like, yep, that's how it works, Some guys put on the Hawaiian shirt and they look like nice, friendly guys. Other guys immediately look like they're wearing it to conceal weapons. We all know how it goes. Like sometimes you do something to look a little friendlier, and it's just like, how did that make it worse? Another person told me like the similar comment. They're like, why do you look like a private military contractor right now? And I was like, I don't know, dude. Apparently this shirt just makes it look like I've got a gun. It's just that exact fit that's just flowy enough that you can tell it's like, oh, there's definitely like a fit dude under that kind of shirt, right? And I think that's what it is that it's like it doesn't fit quite right. But I like that shirt and I don't want to buy a new one. Perfectly good shirt. Just guy thinks, I don't want to buy a new one. It's a perfectly good shirt. Grab some jade, and we're gonna have an ad break here in about a minute and a half. I wish this model had a name that I could remember. It was so stupidly long. All right, let's start putting some highlights down, people. But yeah, I'm excited to see Souls of Mischief on Saturday, especially because it's the Inner Harbor show, which is my favorite event of the year because it's a matinee daytime show. And it takes place in the Inner Harbor, so it's right on the waterfront along the seawall, and they have a large section of the seawall essentially closed off for a festival to happen with the ocean as the backdrop. I'll see if I can I'll take some pictures for everyone while we're down there while we're down there tomorrow. There might even be a rare picture appearing of me and my community manager. I think Citrus is going to be there tomorrow. I'm going to text her and find out. How we chill from 93 until this is how we chill from 93 until this is how we chill from 93 till. And I have heard some rumor. I don't know if it's true or not. I hope it is. I've heard a rumor that Dell the Funky Homo Sapien might be doing a guest appearance. And I don't know if it's true or not. Just a rumor I heard. I'll let you all know if it's true. If we get a surprise appearance from Del the Funky Homo Sapien, I'm gonna be fucking stoked. He is associated like with the Souls of Mischief through hieroglyphics. And welcome back, everyone. How we chill from 93 till this is how we chill. But yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be a fun weekend. Scawfest is always a good weekend. Plus I get to see my buddy from high school, whom honestly I say from high school. I've known him since elementary school. He's a busy guy, important guy, so I don't get to see him too often. But it's nice. He's actually having a kid in a couple of weeks, so like the timing is one of those ones where I'm still waiting for a last minute cancellation and like being prepared for him to like, babe can't come. So we'll see what happens, but I hope he makes it. Feel the hot wind on my shoulder. Also, I love this song. I don't know why, but I love it so much. I dial it in now to the station to talk about the US inflation. I understand just a little. I'm on a Mexican. There we go. Just feel like a boomer trying to change a Discord setting. Dude, I don't manage my own Discord for that reason. I think I've told people this multiple times, but I don't know if anybody ever actually believes me. There's a reason I do not manage the Discord. OBS is weird right now. Or sorry, Discord. In a weird place. Like, bro, I have my ID. I don't care. Just let me on my servers. Yeah, dude, I'm curious how that's gonna play out here now that we're introducing the no minors on social media thing here as well. So I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to do age verification soon. But we are in the process of passing several similar laws. Probs. Brutal.
can stop this war. Stop this war. There we go. I'm starting to bring more of the highlight color in. Hey, Miss Clicks, how you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. We are working on an Adeptus Aurora model. I don't know what it's called, but I like it. It's part of my collection. How are you doing today, though? Model's quite spiky and it hurts a lot to move around on. Just got back from being responsible and performing modern day hunt for food, so we're gonna work on a Tau Commander or a 7-inch Gene Stealer. Ooh, Tau Commander. Power fun. Mostly just edge highlighting. Really good for like Tower, one of the best armies for practicing edge highlighting and brush control. Go in, hit him with the airbrush, establish all your like cool transitions, give him an edge highlight, done. You know, knock in your secondary colors. But I find Tower a really, really fun, really easy one to paint, and really good for practicing your edge highlighting skills. I have no airbrush, so everything is by hand. Ooh. Well, the airbrush is not too important. I know lots of people that don't airbrush. In fact, Jinx does not airbrush, and we've all seen how crisp her work is. So, is a testament you do not need an airbrush. They help, they can speed certain things up, but they can also make certain things take longer if you don't know what you're doing. Okay. Brush a good rinse. It can be done. Exactly. Dude, brush control is the most important thing to develop.
like misclicks, I'm genuinely adamant when I say this that developing good brush control is the most important skill a miniature painter can have, and that everything else you can learn everything else afterwards once you can control your brush and make it do what you want it to do. That's kind of a key thing that a lot of people will struggle with at first, is getting the brush to just do what I want it to do. How do I get the paint to flow off at the exact consistencies I want? How do I get these lines to go down at the thicknesses I want? Um, okay, I got my next highlight color mixed up. Actually, why I don't really like using, or why I typically tell people to avoid the paint markers. Some people really like them, and they work well. But I do tell, I typically encourage people to avoid them because I just feel like you're better off using you're better off using that time developing your brush skills. You'll see more reward and you'll see more success long term off of practicing brush skills over trying to find an easier way of doing it. And the more you develop your brush skills, the other thing to note, part of the reason I can move my paintbrush so quickly is because I did my first 10 years of painting without an airbrush. So while I like mine, while I use it, while it is an important part of my kit, um, a lot of people ask, like, well, it's like, how do you paint as quickly as you do? Like, how do you paint so quickly and precisely, Boneless? Like, and it's like, honestly, it just comes down to I practiced a lot with the paintbrush. Everything always seems to come down to I practice a lot. I know it's not the most sexy or exciting answer, but it's kind of it's the honest one. And Now I'm hitting some fat highlights too around the edges, a few spots, just to start kind of blocking things in, shaping out some of the areas. Bucket good enough. Your edge highlights done really fast. Okay. Need to give that a mix. That's good. Also going to change to a different brush now. Something that has a longer and pointier tip. The arrow Polinski is a little more flat. Gonna get that looking good. Water. Paint. Start being a bit more methodical in our brush strokes. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Getting that looking its absolute best. Now, if you're new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys. If you're located in Canada and looking to get any commissions done, feel free to reach out. If you are not in Canada, or if you're in if you're in the US right now, I cannot ship to the US, but if you're from the US and looking to have work done, I will put you in touch with some phenomenal painters. go. Okay, we're just going to keep blending in little bits of the colors here and there. Perfected but not invented. Rhyme from the ego-driven, self-centered life in a flash. And y'all ain't got it, so don't even think about it. Cause I doubt if you know the top. It's one of members Mocha only gonna top. And okay. As you guys see, getting all those nice little edge highlights he's done. Starting to look pretty righteous. Here we go. The gun throne is looking throne-like. Ooh, yeah. Dolo. And we're going to start getting the final highlights done on the outside of the pieces now. And there we go. I'm pretty happy with how this thing is looking. Obviously, there's going to need to be more highlights and shit done to it, but it's coming together fast. And a pretty easy to paint model. And then clean that brush out for a second. Time to throw down the edge highlights on this guy. The red are on these now. Start with just your easy to grab ones. You might not need to grab every spot. We're going to start with the flesh toned edge highlights, which is going to give us that final nice rose color. There we go. Getting our edge highlighting done. I know I'm being very quiet right now. You'll understand why in a second. Just had to paint in the word there without getting any paint in the recesses. That's what I'm talking about when I say develop your brush control. That's the kind of stuff that's going to speed up your painting, is just being able to hone in and do something like that without needing to bust out your goggles or swap to a different brush. There we go. Final edge highlight there. That's what I mean when I say, like, just get in there with the brush. Holy shit, I haven't looked up in a while.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I was doing some hello Pascal, hello Man, hello Jinx, hello everybody. I'm paying attention again. Sorry. Yeah, I was doing
Should have heard your mom last night. You sounded like a window closing on a Tonkinese cat's tail. Sounded like.
murder dummy. Oh dude, this is just a walking throne. The walking gun throne. Also, welcome in, Pascal. Yeah, we started this today. So this is about 3 hours of painting. Dumbest model anywhere. Dude, I love this thing. It's yeah, I love it. It's so stupid. I don't know if you guys know, but the way to my heart is dumb shit. I love silly, I love ridiculous, and I love dumb things. My favorite old world model is the Grail Reliquary, where it's just 4 guys pretending to be a horse. And then we're just kind of going around again, edge highlighting. We see a good or easy to hit edge, you might as well grab it. Don't worry about hitting every little edge again. But you calling me a dumb shit now? Of course, Pascal. Somebody's got to keep your ego in check. Nothing. We're going back and it's just banter, man. Don't worry. I'll keep my own ego in check. Thank you very much. No, I love silly models though. The sillier the idea is, kind of the better to me. Like as soon as I saw this, I was like, I need it. I need it. Or fight or both. I don't know how tall you are, so maybe. I don't like fighting people taller than me. It's not quite tasting, huh? Okay. Okay. Honestly, just a few areas that I just kind of got to figure out what we're gonna do with, right? Sure, I'm horizontally taller. I'd believe it. I'm not a huge guy. Tall and skinny. And honestly, these days, not even skinny, just kind of like... Get back on a diet. Okay, the initial throne is looking really good. I need to do something, though. Get some visual interest in a few of these areas, but I'm probably going to just do that with an airbrush afterwards. Do we come back in and re-up on all our golds, maybe? Or I can come in with a bit of Cygor Brown now that you can paint the left side of a street light. I mean, when I'm in boxing shape, absolutely. These days, not so much. Yeah, on when I'm doing a hard cut, there is no questioning that. But I haven't done a weight cut in a few years. And these days, it's like 170, I think. 75. Don't know what that is in kilos. Like I think I'm like 86 kilos now. Okay, yeah, slam your door, buddy. Come over to your house and slam your fucking cupboards. I'm coming in now and I'm highlighting all my gold. So freaking hot in the Netherlands. We're about to have a record high. Oh yeah, you guys are in a heat dome right now, aren't you? Has it hit wet bulb yet? Yeah, you guys are currently in a heat dome if I saw the news correctly. We had one of those a few years back. It's fucking brutal, dude. Cuz it's super high humidity during it too. Um Oh, dude, you guys are getting a shelter in place? Dude, that's cool. We don't have right to cooling in Canada. I honestly don't know how, because like seriously, like it's to the point where I've heard many horror stories from my friends and my friends' kids about having to sit in like 40 degrees Celsius classrooms with no fans or ACs. Yeah, I've got a lot of friends that are teachers, and our schools don't have air conditioning, so it's kind of a similar issue. Also, real brush guy. Welcome, welcome. I'll throw you a shout out in just a second. I just gotta grab one name first here. I am slacking on it. Actually, Man, if you're still here, could you throw a shout out for Pascal and Man, or sorry, for Brush Guy and Pascal for me? I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, Pascal already was given. Excellent. Shit, you got me real Brush Guy at the same time, dude. Man, you're on it. You were on it. Appreciate it. How you doing, Brush Guy? Stop shouting, please. I will do no such thing ever. I'm a shout talker. That's not even a joke. That's just a fact. If you don't know, I actually am a shout talker. And 29C in my apartment. What do you think? It's currently 20 in mine. It's not that hot here. And there we go. Got a painting course by Mass Clones this weekend. Hopes that goes well. Ooh. Teaching or attending? If you're teaching the course, I don't think you need any luck. Attending? Ooh, then hopefully it's not too hot. You know, if you have to attend a class, hopefully it's not too hot and you're able to you're actually able to focus. Because my brain pretty much stops working as soon as I get warm. Also, stream title today. Who of you could teach masculines? I don't know what the word is, so maybe, but probably not. I can teach Munsell and I can teach or I can teach Munsell and I can teach Itten.
Mark Maxlin's amazing teacher.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know if it was again, like I'm unfamiliar. I didn't know if it was a person or specific course material, or like a form of like a type of theory. Maxlin's miniatures. This is gonna make me feel really insecure, isn't it? Yeah, I know him. Yeah, I've watched him. I watched the video of him painting the skier. I watched him paint that, and I've been following that one. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Brush Guy, it is one of those instances of like, yeah, you'll know his work as soon as you see it. I hope one day to produce a piece so iconic. Like that's honestly my goal as a miniature painter. I want to produce a piece that is so iconic that people will be like, "Oh, Boneless, I don't know who that is." And then they see one of my pieces and they're like, "Oh, that guy."
So much chaos going on. The music, this talk with two fellas.
Doesn't feel chaotic right now.
$1800s. What? Or like 1997. Seems I did my iconic piece in the last century.
Did you win a demon in 97? It's I mean to be that is the usual follow-up question to that. Is like, "Oh, did you like win a big award that year or something or?" One of the guys I know locally won a golden demon in 2003. Master John. Um, he won golden diorama in 2003 at Golden Demon Canada. Fuck golden demons? No, dude. Golden demons are rad. All miniature painting is rad. If it wasn't for display painting of golden demons, people probably would not have gotten into it might not be your thing, Pascal, but you got to understand that it's the gateway drug. You know? You might not love Golden Demon, you might not love Warhammer and all that, but even you admitted Warhammer got you started on your miniature journey. Golden Demon is weird because it has a lot of rules. Like, it has a lot of really weird rules. But I mean, I personally, I still want to go next year. Like, I want to go to Spiel. Although, if I do another Euro convention, I'm kind of torn. Is I'd love to do I'm really excited about SMC and all that, but I kind of want to do Spiel or Monte San Savino as well. I don't think they understand all of this. Golden Demons, old days, old days. They. Yeah. I'd I don't know. I personally wait, so I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what you guys mean by that. It's genuinely one of those things where I'm like, okay, could you genuinely, could you guys elaborate for me? Because I don't know why they would have lost their. I mean, I know they don't do the handcrafted swords anymore. Like, back when they used to do, the winners used to get an actual smithed battle ready sword. Like, one year they did a Toledo steel claymore as the Slayer sword. And I was like, not about the fucking sword. I mean, it absolutely is about the sword. The sword is the only reason I want to do it. I want to win. My goal is literally I like the idea of the sword. The old ones were significantly more valuable because they used to actually get real smiths. Now they do decorative swords. But no, the original ones were hand forged by actual blacksmiths. I have no space for rusty swords anyways. Well, you know what, guys? We're just not going to agree on this one. Because nobody's hit me with a reason why Golden Demon is lost its. Again, man, nobody's taking these down to fight with them or do anything with them. They're trophies. You you do understand decorative swords have always been a thing, right? Like most noble swords were not combat ready. Most of them were made decoratively to look nice. Only yeah. Winning a demon was the epitaph of skill. There was one golden demon in the world, and it was the top of the top. So splitting it by continent, though, it is not really as big of a deal to me, I think, because of, again, you get into the factors where but they only run two of them now. It's North America and Europe, right? Like, it's not like it's not like there's 30 different golden demons. There's North America and Europe. And if you consider the fact that you might feel it's been devalued because they have to run two of them, but I'd love to see your signature piece brush guy. But again, just uh, the increasing numbers of events, but it's also they have to do that due to the increasing numbers of people, right? Like these conventions are pulling significantly more attendance than they ever did. I mean, consider how hard it is to get a hotel in SMC how hard it is to get a hotel in Eindhoven during SMC, right? Like even SMC, not really the biggest of the big conventions, and the attendance is in the tens of thousands. The only person personally I've never liked the fact that it's only gold, silver, bronze, and below that. They do now. They changed that as well, Pascal. They do commended entries. So if you did well enough, so now they actually again they've changed that as well. So now there is a commended. Now they do commendable entries. Oh, that is gorgeous. That is gorgeous, dude. Commended pins, still bull. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. And again, what you are describing is part of the reason why I'm looking at Monte San Savino or SMC or like as my next one as well, because going to SMC, one of the draws of it to me is the fact that it's judged on a curriculum, not on it's the curriculum based judging, not the it's a lot less individualized, and it's the fact that multiple people can win gold, right? GW used to be about the hobby, not the profit. That's not true at all. They've never been about the hobby. I'm just gonna argue that one and say that's never been the case. I've never heard positive stories from anyone working at GW ever. We're probably a private company then. In the 70s, yes. In the 70s, they didn't even produce miniatures. They were still a distributor for Dungeons and Dragons. They didn't even start producing miniatures until the late 80s. They were originally a reseller of Dungeons and Dragons. They were originally they had the original UK license for D&D. I might not know my Warhammer lore, but I do know my GW history. But yeah, I'm with Spoon on that one. We're talking the ancient times there. Or Pascal, we're in the ancient times there, brother. We're talking. You're speaking about the dark magic of old. Yeah, I mean, they also run the biggest issue that GW is currently running into is the fact that they have been trying to like it's honestly the fact that they now have too large of a product line and they can no longer maintain their production capacity with their current factory. Games Workshop is there to make money, loads of money. And exactly. Exactly. And I wish I wasn't a shill, but like I like the product. I like painting it. It's a lot of fun for me. And I'll always have a bit of a soft spot for Games Workshop because, most people don't really pay for my busts. People don't hire me out for stuff much other than Warhammer. So like at the end of the day, they're also the reason I'm able to have my self-employment.
Community building goes, it's a shit show, prop thing.
Yeah, no, and again, I'm not a fan of them as a company. I just like painting little toys, and I don't know. I've never attended a Golden Demon before, so I don't have a reason to have any opinion of it whatsoever, other than it looks like it would be cool to attend and to enter a piece for. I don't expect I'm gonna win, but I know that there are other competitions out there that mean just as much, if not more. Yeah, of course. We are link friendly in here, Rush Guy.
Bless me.
Oh, I did hear about that one. Jinx told me a little bit about that. That makes more sense, Pascal. That was the one where you were like really emotionally invested in your piece, and it just left you feeling at the end of it like you didn't want to paint for a while. She told me a little bit about it just to warn me. She's like, dude, like as a way to tell me, it's like, Boneless, you got to chill out a little bit about like your expectations. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. Yeah, I don't know the full story or anything. I just know that it was like, it's tough when you think you're going to place better than you do. Dude, that is awesome. I'll I think for me, part of the reason why I'm so nervous as well, like with comps or anything. Yeah, RGB, that one is awesome. And yeah, Pascal, I assume you're not really an overtly sensitive kind of guy from what I've picked up talking to you. So I assume there's more at play there than obviously what we're just gonna mention here. His phone, sadly. I mean, it looks amazing, man. What, I'm kind of jealous. Like, what are you doing for work where you're getting to work? Like, are you working in like a proper airbrushing shop? That's freaking awesome. Honestly, I think that the main so at the end of the day, the reason I want to medal at SMC so badly is because I have to compete with another or with another painter commission studio in my area that gets to add. They always in every single ad put out advertising that they want it. I think it was a bronze or a silver at Golden Demon. So it's like they always advertise Golden Demon winning painter, right? And it pisses me off. So I want to be able to put in Studio Boneless award winning painter. Because like it's just one of those things where like it's literally I just want to be able to put the words award winning painter in my ad. Well, I do this for a job since last October. Rush Guy and I got the same fucking job. Hell yeah. And we'll throw a little bit of bright silver down as well, or aluminum. Have your mom give you an award. My mom would only tell me what a fucking disappointment I am. Trust me, I don't want to know what my fucking mom would put down as my reviews, but I'll say this, I'm not getting a positive one from her. Fucking disappointment winning painter. Yeah. My mother, every single time, she gets all worked up and like does really mean shit, and then will completely deny that it ever happened. And it's like, I don't know. So I've been on no contact with her for just over a year now. I got sick of being told that my brother's death is my fault. Or that, the wrong kid died. So we just Boneless doesn't like talking about his family. But Boneless is gonna change the subject now. Gonna take a quick second actually, and I'm just gonna like take a quick breath because my hands are trembling now. So I just need to take a second. Bear with me. My apologies. Just need one moment. All right, we're back. I'll give you an award. To be fair, you did actually already give me an award technically once, Mr. Pigments. You told me I was the best interviewer you've dealt with in your career, which I took as an extreme compliment, by the way. But I was like, I will take that award. Because that is one where I'm like, I got told by you I was a really good interviewer. You did. You did when we did the first one. You told me I was one of the better or one of the best interviewers you've worked with or you've had on. You're quite genuine sometimes. Okay, sorry about that. Sometimes, yeah, other times I'm in the ass. You never know what type of get. I feel like to get douchebaggy Mr. Pigments, you have to earn his respect first. Otherwise, you don't have the effort to like convince or to like actually explain it. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is that my brain is working again, and I've completely blocked out all the bad thoughts. We are gonna go back to painting. And now we're gonna use our arrow-tipped brush again. And we're gonna kind of glaze in some Pterodon turquoise. Push the bad thoughts down. Now you guys know what's actually going on when I'm silent on stream. But I mean, also, saying all that out loud might give everybody just a little bit of perspective on why I am constantly trying to prove what I'm capable of. Bottle it up. It does play a large role in why I'm so competitive. That was one of those moments where that slipped out, though. And what do you guys think about, like, first painting session on this thing? And voila. And I mean, I try to prove myself to my closest friends. Why would I ever care what others have to say? Personally, don't get it. No more worth. Yeah, that's a healthy way of being. Boom. That a moment to dry. And I'm pretty happy with that. Fuck. We'll give that one a moment to dry, yeah. And then maybe we'll come through and we can do the do a little bit more of the gold on her. Or sorry, do a bit of the blue on her, maybe. Start trying to sketch in some fabricy areas. Wrist going on. There we go. To the brighter blue. And And we're just gonna keep working out. There we go. Excuse me. There we go. Good. And a little bit of the wet brush. Gonna start highlighting up on the red details or the rosy reds. Blah. And same thing. So we're gonna come through. We're gonna put all her highlights on. Really was not thinking I'd be able to finish this model in a single session, but apparently I am painting at a rapid rate to try and make my brain stop. So for anybody who's new here, I am not normally this distractible. Say no, distracted. I'm normally this distracted. I don't know the word I'm looking for. I'm not usually this in my own head. Um but that's okay. Because being live always helps me get out of my head. So if you're new here, I paint on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. And if you are enjoying what you see, remember to hit follow. It will keep you up to date on all of the work we do here. And there we go. Those edge highlights are looking really good. We've been getting ones we're probably never going to see. Why? Because if you just, I want it to be one of those models where if you just kind of poke around and look at it, I want people to be able to see that every element of it's been hit and done well. And also to demo off, just that its edge highlighting is pretty easy to do and pretty quick. Usually I can talk while I do my edge highlights, but today it's just a little bit more brain capacity needed than normal. And there we go. You know what? She's caked up, so let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get a nice... Get in there and make sure that everybody knows that this armor has its cheeks. I don't know why it's got so much ass, but I mean they sculpted it. They're the weird ones. I'm just painting it. There we go. Right? They're gonna sculpt it. I'm gonna paint it. Through the summer of 1845. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my red contrast now. I'm going to apply a second coat. Very quickly, very thin. And also making sure to hit all of my edge highlights because it's going to soften them out a bit. It's not Pascal's. No, if it was Pascal's, it would be like, there'd be another adjective in there, like juicy or something. Not enough descriptive words there. Until it sounds like a Chuck Tingle novel cover, you haven't done it justice. You know, I said that out loud, and I said it, Manaman. I'm not gonna say it again. I read your comment. I'm like, I don't think I need to repeat it. I kid. Shoulder pads. You calling me fat? Thank you. Thank you. You always assume the worst from me. You call a guy grandpa once, and then he always assumes you're insulting him. Big Papa's getting offended. Pascal's not used to this level of sass. At least that's my assumption. Just not so used to getting the red carpet treatment, rolls into studio boneless, and it's just like, hey Pascal, you're number one. This was a level of sass. It's always a level of sass here. I do keep it dialed down for stream. Yeah, see, I think one of the other things there that comes out too, I worked as a line cook for so long that I'm always scared of actually cutting it loose because I'm like, I don't know if people are ready for that. Okay, start. Some gold. Oh man, the dials and inhibitors will be left. Oh, dude, it's gonna be rough. Actually, honestly, it's gonna be great. I'm really excited to kind of see how. I'm really excited to see how everybody interacts off camera. Let's put it that way. When we all know we're not being recorded, I'm kind of excited to hear how everybody's talking. I mean, everyone knows there's always a level of performance when we're online. What they don't know is that the performance is being dialed down for the internet. You guys get the more like you get the less ridiculous version. I was talking to my buddy yesterday about how we got away, like my buddy and I were talking yesterday about how much shit we used to get away with because he was dating the bar manager of the place we used to party at all the time. And I just had this memory of him always when we were younger, like every night he would finish his, like, would be out at the bar, and every time he would finish his beer, he would just yell, "Somebody give me a hell yeah!" And as soon as somebody said hell yeah, he would just smash the bottle. And it's just like, we probably should have gotten kicked out for stupid shit like that. That's one of the more tame examples that I am going to go off of because I'm not sure, again, I can go into all of them. Getting the bartender to stock a specific kind of beer drink so that way there would be, like, plausible deniability for the fact we packed our own booze. I'm sad for it. We'll have you there. We'll be sad you're not there. But one year soon you'll be able to make it out. All right, so for the little floors on the knee, just go in and don't be a coward. Same thing, you got that little one on the back here. Use the side of your brush. Don't be a coward. Okay, let's do a little bit over here for a moment while that's drying. Or while we let the gold dry. I'll do and M&M peanut M&Ms. I need someone to suck all the chocolate off of them for me. I was about to ask, are peanut M&Ms not a thing where you live? Because if they're not, just you guys need to let me know what Canadian candies I need to pack. I've done the research. I can fit 35 pounds of candy in my personal bag with no additional costs. And I'm also making my wife take a personal bag, so we can probably fit another 15 pounds in hers, because she's going to need hers for things as well. So just roughly, maximum can pack about 50 pounds of candy. Do you guys have caramel M&Ms? Or the peanut butter M&Ms? Peanut butter M&Ms are the best, in my opinion. It's all the deliciousness of a peanut M&M without having to actually chew on the peanut. I'm gonna throw the yellow. Shit, sorry. Just for that comment, Pascal. I picked a little song for you. I'm not going to be singing it, don't worry, but I did pick this song entirely for you right now. Typing hard. Be right back. Fair enough. You're not hearing anything. Shit. Do I have to turn it up? That loud enough for you now, Pascal? An all-time classic. Isaac Hayes. The man that brought us the Shaft soundtrack. Some music is worth just playing overtly loud. Careful, careful. I see a wire I missed. In suspicion. And then we'll back down to normal. Crap. Ah, shit. Fuck. I'm trying really hard to do my volume and it's just not working. There we go. Holy shit. Stop fiddling with the tunes. I was trying to fix my audio leveling, thank you. For the outro, but yes. I mean Isaac Hayes, and honestly, Isaac Hayes is an absolute gem, or was an absolute gem. Minus the whole Scientology thing, but he was genuinely an amazing musician. Stop fiddling with the tunes. But I do love the concept that, you know, Isaac Hayes was the cafeteria. Cafeteria worker, and none of the kids know who he is. No. What did I know? No, you. What am I doing? What is hurting Pascal so much right now? What am I doing to hurt my sensei? I don't know. I just wanted to do that. That's fair. Just a loud, dramatic no. You know, based on the name of that song, I'm probably gonna have to listen to it off stream first. I believe you, but just based on the name of it, I'm probably gonna have to listen to it off stream before I play it. Cool. Cool. Excuse me. Awesome. Okay, get those. That's that's fair. I just also there are certain things that you got to understand that that word does not fly in North America the way it does in Europe and Australia. This is really what it comes down to is that's actually one of the only swears you probably don't hear me using on a regular basis, despite the fact it's part of my regular vocabulary. Like that's again one of those like boneless being live things. Yeah, I just again, it's one of those things where some things might not offend me, but it's not really about what I find offensive. It's about not really wanting to. Ooh, little Danzig. About intention. Exactly. And there we go. Gonna come in with a little bit more of the white. And then I will wash the gold on this one now. Notice how we're just kind of jumping around a bit. Once I get the gold washed, though, we're going to be able to glue her down. Really? No, we're not. Holy shit, how did I miss all of that while I was doing this? Fuck me. Am I just like you? I swap brushes and then abandoned the painting. I love when I do that.
You look like a cut of fuckable
Thank you very much for the follow, Katie Lou Who. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day.
Shorzy, you ready? Give your balls a
Raid
tug,
coming in.
fucker.
Oh,
You going?
Raid from Badger.
Frankie, you
Welcome
ready?
in Underhive. Welcome in
You're
Kentuck.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking
Go,
go,
Sanger.
Good, because you're going. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Informal Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah. The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack
mentality, boys.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
It's going to trigger 2 more times, 1 more time. For Underhive and Kentuck. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, everybody.
You look like
There
a
we go.
cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Thank you very much for the follows, everybody. We are having a fantastic day. We're working on I think it's one of the newest Sisters of Battle models. Just kind of having some fun. Been working at it for just over 4 hours. I mean, it ended up that way. So yeah, we're working on a custom color scheme for our Sisters of Battle. Got the red down in, looking good. And oh yeah, she's gonna had a decent 5 hours. So, dude, I disagree. You've gotten a lot done. I've been watching your streams. I know it might not feel like that, but take it from the guy who's done the batch, or like who does batch painting almost like for a living. You are making crazy progress. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Raiders. This is my Sisters of Battle, so this is kind of nice right now. This is for my army. So typically, whenever you guys see me painting Adeptus Sororitas, it's my own collection. And you know what? Let's just do some rapid wet blending on this fire. Why not green flames, just to get a little bit of extra accent colors in there. And if we get it on the gold, fuck it, go back in, repaint the gold. It's going to be way easier to repaint the gold than it is going to be to keep it off the gold. Progress, yes. Finish, no. Might complete something tomorrow stream. I do know that one, though, when I'm like, I can remember... I can remember some of those streams where I was painting, like, I think it was when I was doing the goblins, where it would be, like, an entire stream, and I would get one color in one step done, and it's like, yeah, I got 80 models. Green. But again, the nice thing is like, as well, like, highlighting, shading, all that. Base coating is always the longest step. I don't know why it takes so long, but base coating always is the longest step. Oh, that green finishes that out. That is exactly what it needed as a final color break. Right? There we go, indeed, man-a-man. So same thing, wet blend in. Oh, you mean in the shout out? Yes, and also really quickly, everybody, if you don't know Blissful Badger, he's a fantastic person, great painter, really good hobbyist, and all around fun guy. So make sure we're giving him all the love and support that we can. He also mods on the back end for me. He's usually lurking, but he's pretty good at it. He's mostly there to catch like spam messages and stuff like that, and he does a very good job. So we appreciate everything Badger does. Yeah, welcome in, Katie. Welcome in, Underhive. Welcome in, Kentuck. We are. I don't even know what this model's called. We're gonna start the basing on it pretty soon, though. I think. Let's give that green paint a moment to dry while the fire is drying there. What can I do? Let's wash over the gold. So what we've been using for the gold is Volupus Pink that is thinned out quite significantly, as there are 3 reasons. The 3 reasons being pink creates a very, very warm gold. The second reason being we can be fairly loose with this color, as if we get pink on any of the details near the gold, it's just going to look like we did panel lining. And number 3, because the armor is so rose-colored, the gold is going to pick up. Like, anything that's metal will pick up the colors around it. So having a pink wash in the shadows is going to show an influence that this metal is actually picking up some of the colors from around it, which is just going to help actually sell a little bit more of that gold effect for us. Pascal, please promise to take care of Jinx, Jason. She'll be fine. She's got JT. She's got myself. She's got Pascal. Plus, knowing how tall Dutch people are, we agreed that I'm probably going to put my fiance on the balloon system too. Seems like a good idea. If lost, return to boneless. I'm not reading any of that out loud. I appreciate all of you, but I'm not reading that out loud. Too many words. It's a shame I'm not reading them. Wuss. And same thing, come in, just a bit of the highlight color, and creating that nice desaturated blue for the robe. She's going to fit right in with the rest of the army. The only downside is that, like, again, I didn't think I'd be able to paint this model this quickly. So when I went out and did some shopping, I didn't plan for that. Okay, rinse that brush out. I'm going to come in for some super tight final highlights. We're going into pure flesh tone again, guys. So again, the color that we're using to highlight the blue is Basic Skin Tone by Vallejo. So this color that you see is what happens when you mix Basic Skin Tone into Jade. Probably something not a lot of people would have thought to do. but I wanted to create a rose-colored armor, so I mixed the same flesh tone into my reds to get my highlights. And then as a way to get a unified color, so that way the blue and the red would work together, I used the same highlight color in both of them. So it gave me the idea to mix the two to then try and create something that would make the two look correct instead of such clashing, or instead of clashing with each other. So it's just a little trick, is if you mix the same highlight color into all of your paints, eventually you will create something unified. And there we go. No worries, Pascal. I hope you have yourself a great night. Yeah, where's my super glue? Time for her to go in the chair. On the topic of the ladies getting uppies, she's getting her uppies. You know, you don't have to finish it in one stream. I know, it's just I'm too good, right? The problem is I'm just too good at painting, Mark. Good night, Pascal. And also, don't forget humble and handsome. Too good. Okay, super glue. One of two things is going to happen. Either it's going to come out exactly like I want it to, or it's going to squirt everywhere and ruin the model. Excellent. It came out in the nice thick gel form that I want. Cannot unread this now. Oh, how's that looking, guys? Okay, I'm going to give that a moment to dry off to the side, let everything kind of cure, and I'm going to start building a base. Love the walking tour. Thank you, Pascal. I appreciate it. And again, I'm pretty happy with it. You know, that's only a 4-hour session, right? I think, like, hydrate, nerd. Where's my coffee? I need to make more coffee. I know that doesn't count as hydration, but I'm doing it anyways. I'll sell. How about some bubbly water then? All right. Um, The water's about to go bubble bubble. Ooh, fuck yeah, bud. Oh, oh, there we go. Katie Lou's never doesn't know. This Katie Lou's new here. Katie Lou's never heard it before. Obviously, that's got to be the next one in the queue, people. It's 420 somewhere. Honestly, yeah. Just the oh fuck yeah, bud. You're not a fellow hoser, are you? I'm just slacking end of day because I've had enough. I feel that. It's actually not really. I'm really enjoying being live right now. Here's the coffee. And I'm getting ready to make a lava base. My lava bases take a little bit of work. I have to layer some colors in. It's okay. We start by building up the texture. Forbidden peanut butter. Katie, this song is explicitly for you. Welcome to the stream. I'm from the Great White North, right? Like up above the states, that big landmass that the rest of the world hates. We're like above that fucking north, I guess. Can't hear it. Oh no. We turned it up too. And if the Leafs make the playoffs, I'll fucking jump in the lake. Up place the other night, and he's like, "Want to go out for a rip?" And I was like, "Fucking right." Mud, and it was like, "Oh fuck yeah, bud! Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip?" As soon as you said that, I had to be like, "You're not Canadian too, are you? Just out for a rip? Just out for a rip, are you, bud? Just out for a rip." I come from the land of the polite, where shit's pretty nice, and when I'm down in the States, they're like, "You're too fucking nice." Fucking swear and fucking drink all night. Like this one time, me and fucking Buddy are having a dart, and fucking Buddy burns a hole in my coat, and I was like, "Fuck, bud," because the coat was pretty new, right? Darted stateside. No worries. Anytime I hear an "oh fuck yeah," bud, I'm just like, But we can all turn the accent on command. I'm from the West Coast, so I don't have as strong of a Canadian accent, but I say as strong, but I do still have one. Okay, that's gonna dry off to the side. That's better. Then scoop back like that. Gotta know how it's going to be standing now. Means I can pull a little back here. Sometimes when you're doing your lava bases, you just got to do a quick little test fit. Really want some peanut butter now. My peanut butter went rancid, I think. It didn't taste very good the last time I ate it. There's also the clip of me drinking the forbidden milk. You see, on the topic of the forbidden peanut butter, don't forget the time I drank the forbidden milk. Which, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if you guys know, Bordheim has that set up as a command now. Bordheim thought that was so funny. He has it set up as a command. I mean, just with blue tastes awful. For reference, again, Katie, who would be new here, would not know the story. And oh, I gotta turn the music back down now. There we go. Yeah, so we I made a joke at the start of a stream once, but I opened the Mod Podge. I like fake went to take a sip of it. And Badger, who was rated in earlier, was like, maybe, it'd be funny if you had like 200 people in here right now, but there's only like 8 of us, so probably not a great idea. And then not even a couple minutes later, we start getting rated back to back to back, and viewership spiked up to 200 concurrent. And it was just like that moment of being like, well, we just said it, so fuck it. Might as well drink some glue. Rush Guy, hope you have an amazing night. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here. And if anybody does not know the real Brush Guy, I highly, highly recommend you check him out. He is an incredible painter, a very, very nice person, and a very good streamer. So just give him all the love that he deserves. No, like Mod Podge. But also, yes, technically like school glue. I grew up in the Jackass generation, you know? I mean, I did too, but to be Mod Podge is non-toxic. I googled it before I drank it. I also didn't actually swallow. It tasted so bad, I don't think I could have. Honestly, actually, that's not even true. It didn't taste that bad. Mod Podge tastes like dental cement. Dude, Jackass should not be banned. Look, I don't really love seeing them doing it in their old age, but I'm going to be honest. I saw the clip for the new one of the Wii Brawl, and I could not stop laughing. Like, I'm sorry. I just maybe I shouldn't find it as funny as I do, but fuck that, I could not stop laughing at the Wii Brawl. They don't bring animals into it. The only times they did anything involving animals was with Wild Boys. Everything with that was done with conservationists. No animals were harmed in the making of the show, and the show's funding literally went to animal conservation. Wild Boys was actually like one of my favorites. I mean, getting your ass cheek bit by a goat is kind of funny because a goat's gonna bite your ass anyways. Why is my neighbor yelling at me? Shut up. I don't care. I'm not soundproofing my house. You can listen to the stream through the wall, or you can watch me on your phone, but either way, you're listening to the stream. Oh, getting bit in the ass cheek by a snapping turtle? See, I'm on the opposing side. Like, that doesn't harm the turtle. It's kind of funny. That's an agree to disagree on that one. That's okay, though. But yeah, we get the green flames in here. Oh, fuck. Shit. How about the snake bite below the belt, if you've seen that part? It's, I mean, well, not appropriate. Didn't really harm the snake, and I don't know if that was in one of the newer ones. I haven't seen anything past the third one. I don't want to. Now that they're older, it's not funny. I don't like watching geriatrics getting hurt. Like, just Johnny Knoxville's too old to be doing that shit to himself, and I get that he's a stuntman and it's all consensual, but like. That's yeah, and I you know that's fair, man. You're allowed to feel that way. Let's get off that topic though, because I'm not gonna I don't agree, and we're not gonna just keep going in circles on it because we got people in here that are. The magic show part of the movie where they had the scream. I did not see. I don't remember this. I also think it's important I just mention it too, because like it's funny because like kids, the youth today get so much shit for the stuff that they do, and it's like, guys, we did the same stuff. We just had to have actual camcorders. It's on one of the DVDs. See, I haven't. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've watched it. I don't even know like how we ended up on the topic. Other than me drinking glue, that's how we ended up on the topic, right? I did not mean to paint this much in a single day. Like, it literally just kept happening. I gotta let the flames dry now really quickly, and then I'll come in. Exactly. I was gonna say, I think it started with me talking about drinking glue, which reminds me, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. Also, sponsored by Pants. And there we go. She is looking for someone that's miserable. She's looking for somebody better. Well, better than Eddie Vedder. Coffee's a little dark, needs some Mod Podge. Okay. Better glue up that coffee. Also, welcome in, Darius. Nice to see you here. Oh. That is an actual... the worst. Like, I hate when that happens, Badger. I'm just bringing some Cygor Brown in on the bottoms of this to try and enhance the gold a bit, give it a bit more oomph. There's a workhorse brush and so like old Bendy for me. Although I'm gonna be honest, man, since Fenris sent me that stuff, I've been using stuff as workhorses that are absolutely not my workhorse brushes. I should not be using my Kalinskis the way I have been. And like such. Welcome back, Jinx. I'm just decided I want to bring some brown into some of these colors just to enhance some of the paints. Create more depth and color. You know, the usual stuffs. You know, we do actually have enough time for me to come in and do some panel lining right now. We could do a little bit of panel lining just to really sell a few details. Just, yeah, I'm gonna throw a few panel lines in just to smooth a few things out. Right? It does make it look better. Easy to do. And it takes it to that next level, right? Like, same thing. Right now, I am using Sigor Brown. I'm using a Sigor Brown contrast that is thinned out probably 2 or 3 parts. Like, I don't even fucking know the mixtures anymore. It's barely paint. Got a nice little line of separation there. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. So what we're gonna do now, just dropping some in, making sure we get the oh no, I think it's Young Guns tonight. Good movie. Good movie. And there was knocking downstairs, dog scratch, and then I decided to eat it, so I grabbed a bagel and a soda. Classic. It sounds exactly like what I would grab as soon as I realized I haven't eaten, which I haven't yet today. I'll probably eat tonight. I don't know. I'll eat today. I will eat today. And stream today is just gonna go till my wife gets home. Then I will tuck you all away like my shameful little secret. I rated because I needed food. Like almost 3 p.m. here. I'm not gonna eat. I'm not. So look. I will eat when I'm hungry. If I'm hungry, I will eat. Right now, I'm not hungry. So excellent. Well, you enjoy that, man. And same thing, just pushing a bit more down into the bottom.
Delicate.
Here we go. Be really careful to not rub paint off while I'm doing this. I should really be wearing a glove. Yeah, hey, when I'm hungry with it. Yeah, and brush in again, some panel lining, get it a little bit more, a little darker. And there we go. Just gives us again better detail, better definition. And there we go. Got to do some more Mod Podge. I don't like Mod Podging because it's just, I don't like when it gets on me. I do not like the sensation of glue on my skin. So anything that involves Mod Podge takes me a very long time because I'm constantly washing my hands. Okay, clean the brush really quickly. Berserk frog piece. Berserk, did you hear the news? As of today, Gendy Tartakovsky announced he's gotten the rights to do an animated Conan the Barbarian show. That's my big exciting thing right now, is we're gonna be getting an animated Conan the Barbarian done by Gendy Tartakovsky. Whom is well, I mean, Gendy already knocked it out of the park when he did Primal, which was, again, if you pay attention or anyone knows, it's like it is just a legally safe exploration of the Thurian Age. It's based on a different R.E. Howard story, Fang and Spear. But did you know that there's a book literally called Fang and Spear by R.E. Howard, which takes place during the Thurian Age, which is about a caveman and his dinosaur trying to escape a bunch of horrors as the land is being taken over. It's fucking really cool. But Primal was already based on a lot of how, already started based on Howard's works. So it was a proof of concept that people want an animated Conan the Barbarian. And it makes me so happy that he wants to do the R.E. Howard Conan stories. So, I don't know. I'm really excited. I really do think that Gendy would understand the character. Especially because he's always done very well writing and working with silent protagonists. Or protagonists who just in general aren't super talkative. So I'm really excited. For those of you that don't know, Boneless fucking loves Conan the Barbarian. We read Conan on stream. Do another reading stream. Actually, on that note, guys, when do you think we should do the next reading stream? Maybe a couple weeks? Couple weeks until we do the next one. We can do a cozy, pick a day where we got a cozy Saturday and we all sit around and Boneless reads to you. Probably gonna do the next I'm probably gonna do the Sworn Sword. So we're probably gonna do the second Hedge Knight novel or novella. And I'm probably also I'm gonna try and read at a slightly slower pace because I did I did an audio test and timed out, and I was reading at about 270 words per minute, which is way that's slightly faster than a BBC narrator. So apparently I was reading way too quickly for those. Need to do some 40k artwork or some fantasy stuff. I mean, fantasy's my jam. Although, walking chair gun lady, or walking gun throne. I'm gonna use a little bit of water, and I think need to use my hair dryer for a moment and just do a quick cure on a couple things here. because the forbidden peanut butter is not going as quickly as it want it to, and I want to get this model onto its base. Actually, no, I don't. I can't do that anyways. I need to get... Okay, shite. Actually, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is that why I usually listen? Most likely, yes. Audiobooks are typically read at about a rate of 150 words per minute. And I was reading at about 1.8 times. Like, I was reading it not quite double, but I was reading at about like 1.6 times speed. Anybody who can read at a anybody who can read at an out loud speed comfortably already is probably reading significantly faster than an audiobook narrator talks. It's weird to learn that like I can read books faster than I can listen to books. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with the hairdryer. Oh! It didn't hit the mud, thank goodness. That's the other reason why I want to get this dealt with. Heart rate increased. I got my books flat. They don't talk or sing to me, so please stop referring to listening to books. But it's, I mean, what do you mean? Because like that's what we're talking about though. Like if you listen to an audiobook, you are listening to a book. Exactly, and that is the flip side of it, Badger, is like I unfortunately can't listen to audiobook because I do the music and everything, and I don't have the capacity to be talking, entertaining, and listening to an audiobook. That's just, I don't have that level of focus. Still have a thing of Mordant Earth. No, I don't. Why? Garbage. Let's grab some of the Agrellan Badlands. Or Agrellan Earth? The fuck it's called. Paint. Grab the texture paste. Oh! Insert Hank Hill noise. I'm gonna do physical books or I forget. Yeah, see, I don't read as often as I should. But then, like, my wife thinks it's funny because, like, I don't read very often, and then I'll sit down and I'll just knock out, like, a whole book in a single day, and then it's like, all right, that was nice. Then maybe, like, the next day I'll read another book, and like, she laughs because, like, I'll knock out, like, a couple books over, like, a weekend, and then I won't read again for, like, a month, 2 months. And then I'll pick up a couple books, and I'll just, like, knock them out super fast over the course of, like, a single weekend or something. And then I don't read again. What I'm doing now, guys, we are putting crackle paste down on top of our earth paste. Why are we doing this? Because it'll look good. And then, shit. My pyrrole red's going everywhere. Oh well. I do some quick, easy lava stuff. Don't judge me for how I do this. It's definitely a waste of paint, but maybe audiobook, maybe audio reading or something. But it is. It's a book being read to you. So it's a book, but in an audio format. So like it's I'm actually again, man, I gotta disagree with you on this one. The term audio book perfectly describes exactly what is happening. Like it is a book that you hear through audio. It's not like a stage play. It's not anything. It's just like it perfectly describes. I don't like to call it a book for dummies. Some people akin to a graphic novel. Exactly. It's a novel containing graphics. I don't like to call it for dummies because like there are lots of people who can't read who want to be able to. There are people like I know of 2 people in my community who are dyslexic. I don't think that has any bearing on their level of intelligence because again, like I think you guys really are not considering this from a level of accessibility, right? Like everything you're saying is taking away from what these actually do and the people they're actually, helping. You know? Like straight up. It's just that some people like it's okay, guys. We're gonna take a quick drive down to the moving pictures. Plop, plop down in the automobile to go witness some of them moving pictures. You guys can, but I mean, I'm also just gonna say that, like, again, I want to say about again, think of the consideration of before you say these things. There are people who want to be able to read who just do not have the ability to do so. And also that access to high quality education is not universal. So I have many friends whom really, really, really struggle with reading, and it's not their fault. They were never taught the importance of reading as children. I like narrated books because I drive a lot, and yeah, um, yeah, same thing, right? Like sometimes I don't want to listen to music, and I can't read a book when I'm driving, right? But yeah, no, I think it's awesome, and like I think audiobooks are narrated books or whatever we want to call them are awesome. And I mean, I'm actually practicing my narration skills so I can start doing audiobooks. Yeah, and again, Sumo, that's the thing. Sometimes some people will understand it better in audio format. I just don't care how people are reading. I don't care how people are getting the information. I don't care if you need to listen to it or if you need to physically read it, because we all learn in different ways. And I don't really care how you're learning. I care that you're learning. You know? It doesn't matter to me how you studied. What matters is that you did the studying necessary. And I think that's we often can get caught up in these more contentious points of what does and doesn't count, and all that's going to do is again, it goes back into it just otherizes people. I do think it's an interesting conversation, and it falls back into the dinner table conversations that I do like having on stream, because it's interesting to hear what other people's opinions on this are. And I also want to say I'm not mad at anybody for their opinions. I'm not going to agree with them, but I'm not necessarily going to agree with them, but I don't want to completely shy away from having the discussions either. To give different meanings. Exactly. Well, that's fair enough, Berserk, because you then fall into the issue of what the narrator. You do actually run into one issue, which is narrator's interpretation of the literature, and especially when it comes to characters talking and everything, the inflection and the vocal inflections are always going to be interpreted by the narrator. Also quite funny because, like, the narrator can end up choosing what the voice sounds like to you for the rest of your life. So, like, if anybody's only version of hearing the Hedge Knight is me reading it, they're probably going to think Dunk is a Scottish hoser. Exactly. Some nuance can be missed, but nuance can also be missed with reading. Yes, it is. An almost fully painted Intransia Fray that we started today. I just bought it yesterday, day before yesterday, assembled it. This is about 5 hours of painting. It's a really nice model. It was really easy to build, and it's been really easy to paint. That's why all audiobooks should be narrated by Jim Dale. Would have popped in earlier if I knew. Yeah, funny enough, I don't know what the name of this model is, but also I really liked my stream title. I read it as somebody posted it as a YouTube comment making fun of somebody, and I laughed so fucking hard at it that I literally was like, all right, that's gonna be my stream title today. I don't know, I just reading All Quiet in the Frontal Lobe. I'd listen to audiobooks narrated by Sean Bean. Sean Bean does some narration, does he not? Favorite miniature at 39 DK? My favorite miniature is Wizard with a Submachine Gun. It's not my favorite one in my collection, as I do not own a Wizard with a Submachine Gun, but it is my favorite miniature. I also am a big fan of the Grail Reliquary and pretty much anything that just is dumb as shit. Like, the dumber the models, the more I love them. But the Grail Reliquary, four guys pretending to be a horse parading a corpse around on a stick. Give me that Weekend at Bernie's horse. How about yourself, TK? Also, welcome in. First time chat. Appreciate that. What's your favorite miniature? And the panel lining. It's working. And tie white. I with use. How? Oh my god! For some reason, I read that as like my brain just auto-corrected. I read Thai waifu, and I was like, I'm not sure you're going to be allowed to link that in chat here. Hope you're having a good one. I don't know that sculpt. However, I do like how because they are an excellent army for learning edge highlighting. Like they're a really good army for teaching people both airbrushing and brush control. It's been so long since I added anything to my army. I added this to my army yesterday because I just really liked it and I wanted it. Thinking about painting Eldar when I start painting? Ooh. So you haven't started painting minis yet? Well, welcome in if you're brand new to the hobby. I am Studio Boneless. I've been painting toys professionally for about 3 years now, and I've been painting minis in general since 2012, so... Welcome in, and I hope that your painting journey goes phenomenally because I am always happy to answer any questions you may or may not have. We do try to be beginner friendly in here. However, I'll also mention we do a lot of not beginner friendly stuff. But again, I always want to be clear. I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to talk you through the process and encourage people to try things out. Ever need feedback?
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Playing Space Marine. Space Marine 2 has been phenomenal for introducing new people into the hobby. I think it's probably caused the biggest spike in games work, like in the interest in Warhammer. Honestly, in general, I don't think anything's generated as much interest in miniatures as Space Marine 2 did. And then people get into the reading of like it, and then you realize they got like Graham McNeil and Dan Abnett writing the books, and that's why they're so good. I myself have not actually read any of the lore books. I run a painting studio full time, so I have surprisingly not as much time to read about Warhammer lore as I would, as people would think. Kale, welcome in. Or sorry, Cal. It's Cal. Welcome in, Cal. Hope you're doing well. We are working on our Intrinsia something. I don't know. Let's hit up a bit of a glow effect. Who wants to make slime? Is it time to, it's time to goop the slime. Goop the slime. Goop the slime. Shit, where's my slime gooper? There you are, you slimer. This is a bit of a mixture I make up for ultra bright FX. I can remember where I put the other paint. And I don't know where it is. It is really flipping bright. Why have I lost it? Where the fuck did I put that yellow paint? Where the fuck is my yellow paint? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Found it. Just had to turn my frustrations into song format, and then it would turn up. Y'all know how it works. Okay. I'm gonna pull this over all the fire. Let it go over the bits on the gold as well. It'll just add a nice little bit of boom to it. Boom. Green fire exploding out the back. So I've been trying to figure out what the next piece I should get for my Sisters of Battle Army is after this one. Thinking maybe an immolator tank. But I don't actually know anything about, like, the list building for Sisters. Excuse me. And give that a little rotation. Got that. Can't help with Sisters. They're on my dream list. I love painting Sisters. They are pretty easy, but also a little bit frustrating at the same time. I definitely would say they're what I would describe as like an airbrush check. And they do have a pretty high Morven Vol. If I don't, what is Morven Vol? That means I probably almost definitely don't have it. Take a look at that. Leader of the Sorters. Cool. Oh, that's cool. It's one of the... Yeah, I could probably do that. It doesn't look like a difficult model to paint. And the price on it seemed pretty good. It's only $65, so... Probably get it for even cheaper off Fenris. I mostly play a Nundum army anyways, because I run a bunch of Armigers as well. There we go. Give that a moment to dry. And then we've got... Give that a moment to dry, and then we've pretty much painted that. This is the color scheme across my whole sister's army. They are the Order of the Broken Hand. My custom color scheme. They got the name because I painted them with a broken hand. Or I painted the first combat patrol with a broken hand because I was... I just made affiliate on Twitch, and I was trying to keep my time slot consistent, and I had an accident boxing and I broke my hand. And I didn't want anybody to know, and I didn't want to miss any, like, go off of schedule. So I was taking my cast off before streams so I could paint, thinking people wouldn't notice that my one hand was, like, just swollen as shit, or that, like, my brush hand was swollen as shit. So once people noticed, the idea came out to name them the Order of the Broken Hand. I was nervous. I didn't know how to do it. Like, it was important to me to keep my time slot and my schedule. So, but yeah, I was because I had a soft cast. I was taking it off before stream, and then just like, I can do this, and set pretty okay. I mean, I got a bit of a sink in the one pinky, as you can see, but you know, and got the like 2 of the calcified knuckles, but is my hands are not that fucked up. Right? Is what it is. We do what we do. We do what we do for the love of it. We do it out of love of the game. Okay, I'm actually what am I? Shite. Definitely. I mean, my hand is. How do I best explain it? I boxed enough to know when I've done real damage and when it's just like a bit of an oopsie, and like wasn't that bad. I had worse breaks, and keeping it mobilized is part of why, or like the fact that had it mobilized is why I personally believe it healed as well as it did, and I didn't lose any range of motion. When I do that, that's probably when you can see best, though, that like the pinky has the like. Okay, I'm gonna hit this with the blow dryer really quickly. I'm also gonna do the other model because they're wet and it's scaring me, and I don't really want to mess this up now. So this one's going off to the side until I can get it mounted to the base. I might do some more touches on it at another point, but in the meantime, give it a quick power dry. And there we go. Now you guys can actually see how that dried and see how it keeps a little bit of the gold underneath, where we get little bits of the gold poking through, but then it still has that nice little bit of color popping in as well. I'm pretty happy again. Like that, this is just a one quick, like 5-hour paint job. What's your favorite race in 40K? For me? Squats. Not Votan, specifically the squats. There's nothing wrong with Votan, and I like the Votan models, but I like the squats better. Squats are probably my favorite. I also really like orcs. And I think that one comes as me being an orcs fan would come as a surprise to no one. I need to add a little bit of water to this really quickly because it is a bit dried out. I gave away my orcs army. Marquis actually. Marquis Detigus is the proud owner of my former orc army. So I gave my orcs away. We did that on stream a while back. Yeah, I'm gonna come in with the thin black paint right now. We're gonna teach you guys how to do Boneless's signature lava bases. Those of you that are familiar with my salamanders, a little bit of a process, but trust me, it's good. Works well. This makes some of the best looking lava bases I have seen, at least in my opinion. And then I'm going to take a hit of Mordant Earth. Applied quite heavily. Sorry, this isn't Mordant Earth. This is a Grelin Earth. And you're probably wondering, Boneless, the fuck are you doing? And to you, I say, shush. No time to... Honestly, Cal, exactly. The only way you're ever going to get started is by starting. And the only way you'll ever get good is by starting. Like, the sooner you start, the sooner you get to producing high-quality work and pieces of renown. So see how I'm mixing some black now in to just interact a bit. And then I need to go back and get the blow dryer again. So this takes a couple moments. It's a bit of a back and forth, but it's worth it. So I'm going to leave you guys with the chili peppers while I go and do this. Oh, I just went through that. There we go. That is now dry enough for me to do the final little thing that needs to be done. Or, we're pretty much at our final point for the day. Okay, do I got my gross brush clean? I do. Ha 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 ha. Is it time to make slime? It's time. It's slime. It's time to slime. Look at that. That's this. Isn't that's the sound of slime. It's the sound of. That's the sound of victory, boys. That's what winning sounds like, Darius. Give it away now. And this, guys, is how you do a boneless lava base. That a moment. Do my fit. She still fits. Why does it feel like it's gonna get auto-modded? And here it didn't. Bruh. Ruthless. We've all seen the we've all seen the jar. We've all seen the jar before. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to take this very carefully, trying to keep it as level as possible. And I need to go and hit that. Okay. This is a bit of a back forth step again, as you guys are seeing. Next thing I'm going to do is I need to grab a different mixing cup. Right. Got one of those somewhere, I think. Nope, that's not it. That'll work. I'm just looking for empty Zen containers. Okay, I'm going to take my grill and earth on a pallet. I know you're probably wondering, Boneless, why are you using a palette for this? And it's like, because I don't actually have the color one, or I don't have the black one that I want. I have to kind of actually just make do right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that. There is my Black Templar. There we go. I'm going to try adding some Black Templar directly to the mix. That could actually, I still need darker than that. Okay. I know, again, it seems weird what you guys are watching me do, but just trust it. Trust the process. If you don't trust the process, shame. Ask. Dude, I use them. I use empty Zen containers mostly as dry pallets. Okay, this needs one more blast of heat. We're almost there. Yeah, it's essentially like it's a quitting smoking cessation that I use. Yeah, that needs a moment to dry still, but we're gonna do now. Just let it dry. Oh hey. Yeah, this is why like I have nicotine gum. Or sorry, it's more like nicotine gum. Again, I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to encourage people to like use it because it's popular with kids and I don't like that. Not being used correctly and that bothers me. And we come in with this final or with another coat of slime. And oh shite. And there we go. Got it. We'll buy a carton of cigarettes, smoke all. Exactly. Do it the analog way, the healthy way. Good old fashioned tobacco. Okay, I gotta put my slime cups away for a moment. I really gotta get Astaroth mounted on a plinth so I can put him somewhere safe. Okay. Final step. Okay. Probably more glue than I needed, but that needs to now sit and dry. I appreciate everybody who's popped in today. I appreciate the raids. I appreciate the follows. Thank you, Katie, Lou, Kentuck, Underhive, and 39DK again for the follows. And everybody who popped in to say hello, and Cal, who followed off stream yesterday. I appreciated that too. We are going to throw a quick, once my mouse comes back to life, we're gonna raid out here because I am wrapped up for the day, and I'm not starting another project when my wife's gonna be home in about 5 minutes. Although, there we go. Now my mouse is working again. Man, I gotta figure out how to get that mouse thing figured out. Okay. Does anybody have a good suggestion of who we should check out? Who's live right now? A couple that are live. Anybody have any recommendations before I raid into Smiling Beagle Studios? He's a phenomenal painter and should have way more people watching him right now. Yeah. So let's raid into Smiling Beagle because he just went up. Incredible painter and deserves to have way more eyes on his work right now. Let's all go say hello, give him the welcome he deserves. I will see you guys tomorrow for the usual stream time, and then we will be back Sunday. So the festival is going to have absolutely no impact on our schedule.